When your team's on a roll, you can't wait to get to the ballpark to see what they might do next. Maybe a sweep.
And Phillies
So far, the Mets have taken advantage of the Phils. And no matter who's in the lineup and who's pitching, the Mets have been getting great results these last 4 games against the elite competition. At Citi Field in New York, the New York Mets play the Philadelphia Phillies. Mets baseball is presented in HD by IOTV. Get your HD free with IOTV. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Citi Field. Gary Cohen, Keith Hernandez, Ron Darling with you tonight as the Mets try for a sweep of their 3-game series with the Phillies. They have not allowed a run in the first 2 games. The first time that the Mets have shut out the Phillies in back-to-back games since 1998. They haven't swept 3 games from a team, shutting them out in all 3 since 1969. They have a chance to do that tonight. And the reason, well, the starting pitching has been outstanding. And after a situation earlier in the year when the Mets had a couple of solid starters and some holes in their rotation, all of a sudden with some changes, feeling's a little bit different right now.
Well, it's amazing what pitching does for the whole ball club. And remember, Jonathan Neese was the first one that went down. Then it was Maine with the shoulder. And Oliver Perez banished into the bullpen. So it was the back 3 of the rotation was out. Well, these 2 guys have come in and have plugged the gap. And the Mets are only 2-2 when they've pitched, but they've pitched good ball games. They've kept the team on their toes by throwing strikes. Takahashi works really quick. And the offense has responded, and the defense. So now all of a sudden the Mets, with all this competition, have played well, and they're right back in it.
And so tonight the ball goes to Mike Pelfrey once the rain stops. Tarp's on the field right now. The start of the game will be delayed, but Pelfrey and Cole Hamels, 2 young pitchers going head-to-head tonight. We're going to see a lot of these 2 guys.
You know, it's pretty interesting. They're both the same age. They both started their career about the same time. And what you like about these guys is that Hamels is luckier. He started when they were a playoff team. Pelfrey, though, has pitched through some teams that have not been great. But now he's starting to throw his name in the hat of all these young starters. Cole Hamels is having a great year this year, 5-2. Remember, in 2007, he won 15 games for the Philadelphia Phillies in his rookie year, made the All-Star team. One of the bright young stars, bright young left-handers in baseball.
Pelfrey and Hamels born just 18 days apart, both first-round draft picks, and both really blossoming now as the Mets go for the sweep of the Phillies tonight here at Citi Field. The final game of the homestand. It's been a big-time success so far. Mets will hope to keep the raindrops away Well, the understudies did their jobs the last two nights. And now the Mets 1A after the rain has cleared. After a nearly 2-hour delay, Mike Pelfrey making his way in from the bullpen and getting ready to try to energize a sweep of the Phillies for the New York Mets.
We won't have to do too much. This crowd is energized. Waiting 2 hours. Here's Cole Hamels, his opposition with the Phillies. This is as loud a crowd at the beginning of a game as I've heard all season long.
Well, it's the big build-up here, a potential sweep of the Phillies. And remember, this is also what they did to the Yankees. This club was 7 games out of first place not too long ago. Now they're 3 and on the verge of a sweep to go close the 2.
Cole Hamels and Mike Pelfrey born 18 days apart. Hamels late in 1983 and Pelfrey in January of 1984. Both first-round draft picks. Hamels out of high school, Pelfrey out of Wichita State.
Well, you said Pelfrey born in 1984 during the rain delay. The 84 yearbook was shown on our channel, making me feel a little ancient right now.
You look very young in the video.
Thank you.
That was a fun year.
That was a fun year.
What was that number 44 you were wearing?
I know. Well, it's a hitter's number, but you know what? I would take any number. You told me as a fan that was one of your favorite years in the 80s.
Well, I think most Met fans feel that way. It had been such a long, dry spell from the Seaver trade in '77 through 1983, all losing seasons. And 84 was the year the light went on.
And that was the year that Tom Seaver came to spring training and then decided he just didn't want to go and play the season. And I think that Tom would have had a lot of fun that year if he'd have hung around with the emergence of Ron Darling, Dwight Gooden. I really think that Tom missed out on something, but he just wasn't ready to go on any further. And I tried to talk him into staying, but he wanted to go home.
It'll be very interesting when we go to Milwaukee this weekend to catch up with Trevor Hoffman, who's at that stage in his career, a guy who's been the best at his craft for a long, long time, and see whether there's anything left in the tank there.
Well, he spent the weekend not pitching and working with Rick Peterson on his mechanics, but I always say that when pitchers approach kind of an artificial number, and he's approaching 600 saves at 596, there's some apprehension about getting over the hump and continuing on. And let's hope that Trevor gets his 600, just not against the Mets.
Well, meanwhile, the Phillies have been trying to accumulate anything. They've been shut out 3 times in the last 4 games. Post-game meeting with the manager last night. Players-only meeting before the game today. Here's the lineup for Charlie Manuel, brought to you by Ford. Chase Utley has struggled mightily in this series, but has some awesome career numbers against Pelfrey. And the last time, and really the only time this year that Pelfrey has had a down day, was against the Phillies on that Saturday afternoon at Citizens Bank Park.
You know, if you watch that game, though, if he had made a couple of catches, it would have been different.
Well, there's the Met defense brought to you by Lexus. Davis at first base. Nice glove. And Castillo, we're going to highlight him. He's playing with that back foot. He's only made 1 error this season. And he's played an outstanding second base and really been kind of under the radar screen here, but playing solid. Of course, Jose getting red hot. Always a great glove. And there's the 2-time Gold Glover, David Wright. Jason Bay out in left. Pagan, who can really patrol that spacious center field, and Jeff Francoeur with the cannon for an arm, and Henry Blanco, one of the great throwers of the game, 3rd among active catchers in cost stealing percentage, 41.1%. He's thrown out. That's outstanding.
And Big Pelf on the mound, 6-1 this season. Now is over 500 in his career. 34 up, 33 down. This is his 90th start for the New York Mets.
Trying to perpetuate what has been an incredible run of success for Mets starting pitching. He and Santana have been the anchors in the rotation. Everything else has changed around them. But over the last 9 games, Mets starting pitchers are 5-0 with a 1.38 ERA. And with that, the Mets have pushed above 500 for the season. In fact, the entire National League East begins the day above 500 for the season, something you rarely see this far into the year.
You know what I liked last night's ball game? Of course, Takahashi, the first Met to start his career with 6 innings of shutout ball in both of his starts. No walks for the Mets pitchers last night as they seem to be rounding into shape. My favorite game by Pelfrey this year, that dreadful road trip where he beat Atlanta in Atlanta when the Mets were scoring no runs.
For a long time, that was the only win by a Mets starter in the month of May. That has changed. Shane Victorino will lead things off for the Phillies, who are trying to snap a 4-game losing streak. They've scored in only one of their last 38 innings, which would be stunning for any team, but particularly for this powerful Philadelphia team. And we'll see whether they're able to muster any offense after multiple meetings in the last 24 hours. First pitch of the night by Pelfrey is in for a strike after an hour and 55-minute rain delay underway at Citi Field.
Charlie Manuel chewing on that gum. Team not hitting, that'll get you chewing on gum.
Victorino just 4 for his last 30, and he takes the curveball outside. We'll usually see Pelfrey throw the curve that early in the game.
Well, those are the kind of numbers, Keith, you never see from the Phils.
Well, you know, it's ebbs and flows in the course of a season, and they're going through a little ebb tide right now.
Ebb tide, Billy.
You know, Charlie Manuel had a meeting last night. Really, all he told his players, he said, listen, these things happen, but we're not going to go down. We're going to be intense about it. And look at him pacing. Well, he had a good night last night, Polanco. Seems every time I watch him play, he gets 2 hits.
He's a nice hitter.
1-2 to Victorino. Punched foul, and Victorino stays in the at-bat. Victorino staying in the leadoff spot with Jimmy Rollins out, but his on-base percentage is just .309. He was hitting much better outside the leadoff spot.
Well, Rollins is also the sheriff of this ball club, and they miss his presence in the lineup on a day-to-day basis.
Yeah, Rollins is he's got a little hitch in his giddy-up. He's just one of those guys that walks around with so much confidence that the other players react around him.
Not afraid to express that confidence publicly, as the Mets are well aware. Again, the 1-2. He struck him out. Splitter from Pelfrey gets Victorino for the first out of the night.
Well, this might be one of the best split fingers he's thrown all season long. It's developed into his changeup, but look at now, it's starting to get that movement down and away from the left-handed hitter. Outstanding pitch.
He's just giving him the off-speed weapon he's needed for the left-handers, Ronnie.
Here's Placido Polanco, 5 for 9 in the first 2 games of this series, up to .307 on the year.
You can just see Mike, he throws that, I always say, he got that heavy ball he throws in there. It's the kind of fastball that will give catchers bruises when the day is over.
And Pelfrey throwing more four-seam fastballs this year and fewer sinkers than he has in the past.
Although Jerry Manuel says when he gets in trouble, he likes Mike to go back to that sinker. That's his best pitch, and he can get a double play like he did in 2008 when he got 29 of them.
Running that inside fastball on Polanco, 2-1. Polanco making the transition from a Gold Glove second baseman last year in Detroit to a third baseman in Philadelphia because they've got an all-star second baseman in Chase Utley on deck. Good fastball by Pelfrey, 2-2.
Well, it's not that easy to be able to control both the four-seamer and the two-seamer right out of the box, but Mike's been able to do that.
Polanco, a tough man to strike out. In the air to shallow right. And Francoeur puts it away, 2 down. There is energy in this ballpark, the likes of which we have rarely felt. Maybe it's the lateness of the hour and the anticipation. Maybe it's the fact that the Mets have shut the Phillies out back-to-back day and won 4 straight against the Yankees and the Phillies. But there is an enthusiasm right now that Met fans are exhibiting quite noticeably.
Electricity in the stadium.
Here's Chase Utley, who's on a rough series so far, just 1 for 9.
You've noticed in the first 2 games, watch you folks at home, watch his stride in his front foot. He's not rotating his front foot forward. He's locking his hips. We'll see what he does tonight.
Late on the fastball, and it's 0-2.
I don't know if it's his hip, but he's not getting any rotation. You lock your hips up when you don't turn that front foot. Watch his front foot. Maybe Pel's head will get out of the way. Good. See, he doesn't rotate that front foot.
So how can you rotate your hips if you don't move that foot forward, point it forward towards the pitcher? It's almost like the pitcher striding, but with his foot facing third base. You're pitching against the blocked side. Can't hit against the blocked side either.
Ryan Howard on deck. That's with the full shift on against Utley. They've done that throughout this series. Something they didn't used to do against Utley in the past. 1-2. He struck him out. What a start for Pelfrey. After a long rain delay, Pelfrey strikes out a pair on the opening inning. It's off against Cole Hamels in the bottom of the first inning and takes outside for ball one. Here's your Geico Mets starting lineup. Reyes with 4 straight multiple hit games. No coincidence the Mets have won 4 in a row. They've been a hot offensive team. And Reyes takes a strike 1-1.
Hamels is 125th start for the Fightin' Phils. 53 and 36 in his career. He's been an All-Star, MVP of the NLCS, and MVP of the World Series in 2008.
His career has taken a step forward this season after a down year last year in which he won 10 and lost 11. Hamels over his last 4 starts, 2-0, 2.36 ERA, pitching the way he did it 3 years ago. Punched in the air foul, and that'll go out of play.
Phils were 16 and 16 in his 32 starts last year. That's not something you like to see from your ace or almost ace.
Well, when your team's on a 4-game losing streak, you're asked to go out there and stop the bleeding. Ronnie, did you starts like this? Did you feel any added pressure?
You didn't really feel added pressure. You felt added chance to really cement yourself with your teammates. You know, go out there and really give them a great effort and get the team a win. It's an opportunity.
Reyes hit his first home run of the year last night. He had gone 218 at bats between home runs, more than a calendar year. His hot streak began as a right-hand batter, but he hit the home run last night left-handed. And he pulls one toward the hole. Beautiful diving stop, Polanco, but not enough time to throw him out. And Reyes has an infield hit.
Well, nice play by Polanco, and just a little awkward trying to get up. And that little pirouette there, not too much time for this man with his speed. Forget it.
I wonder, did Polanco know he had that ball, the way he extended his left arm like that?
I think he knew it, but he just was in an awkward position. He didn't know whether he wanted to spin around or open up and make the throw.
Well, we've noticed this entire series, Ron, and you've mentioned it, that, you know, Pedro Feliz is a natural third baseman. Polanco is a second baseman by trade. And a Gold Glover to boot, but they've missed a little defense in that third base position that we've seen the last couple of years from Feliz.
Let's see how the Mets play with Castillo in the first inning with Pelfrey on the mound. Castillo more likely to bunt when he's hitting left-handed than here when he's batting right-handed.
And you see Polanco not that aggressive at third. And he got burned the other night by that.
Keep in mind also, the Mets have stolen 7 bases in the first 2 games of this series. And Carlos Ruiz, who is catching tonight, sat out last night because of a sore shoulder. So that's a concern for the Phillies right now.
Fastball away.
Mets have really picked it up in the stolen base department. Now 47 stolen bases. They've been caught only 9 times. Well, they have a great percentage the last few years, but they don't steal nearly as much as the Mets do. Castillo pops one up. Ruiz back for a look, but that'll be out of play. 1-2.
Well, this year Philly is dead last in stolen bases in the National League, Garrett. San Diego surprisingly on top. One of the good guys right there, Charlie. Most Philly fans didn't really take to Charlie in the beginning, but boy, he's had success with this ball club and they love him now.
Hamels ahead 1-2. Checks in on Reyes. I'll say with 11 steals in 12 tries, tied for 4th in the league in steals as Razor Shines works with him. There's a dynamism in Reyes' game right now. He's running. Check swing tapper down to Howard at first. He'll take it himself. And Reyes moves to second with 1 out.
And the Coors Light Philadelphia defense. You can see Chase Utley, such a fine glove there, and he's made 7 errors. That's large for him at this point of the season. Very uncharacteristic, the sure-handed Utley.
One of those errors coming in this series.
You know, Keith, we'll watch Utley tonight. He reminds me a lot of the way he's evolved as a fielder, like Ryan Sandberg. He starts to really kind of reach out for the ball, snatch at it.
Here's Jason Bay, who takes a strike. Bay just 1 for 9 in this series, but he's driven in a couple of runs. His 16-game Citi Field hitting streak came to an end last night when he took an over.
The defense right there. Up the middle, you can see Utley. He's there because he's got to keep Reyes close.
Reyes has already stolen third base once in this series.
And they're playing the pull. Bay the pull in the infield, so the shortstop has no chance to keep Reyes close, so it forces Utley to take that role.
Generally harder for a lefty to hold a runner at second?
It's a little more difficult, especially for Hamels. He doesn't hold runners on very well at all anyways. That's why Utley's so close. But I think the key for Jose, so you're second base, you want to somehow catch the signs by Ruiz. Unlock that key. Once you figure out what the signs are, you steal on a changeup.
1-1 to Bay, lifted foul down the right side. 1-2. Mike Davis in a cleanup, waiting on deck. That's trying to jump the Phillies again tonight. It's a Philly team that's struggling right now. A late start because of the rain. A getaway night for both teams. Bay smacks one deep toward the gap in left center. Chasing back Victorino. He won't get it. It short hops the wall. Reyes is in with the game's first run. Jason Bay with an RBI double. 1-0 New York.
think that's what Reyes does. He gets Hamels a little concerned about him stealing third, and there he makes a mistake. And you cannot make a mistake out over the plate upstairs to this man. And he punishes him.
RBI number 22, 11th double of the year for Jason Bay.
He might only have 3 home runs, but 11 doubles, like you said, Gary, 4 triples.
Now Ike Davis, who cracked a double off the center field fence last night. Now Ike has fared very well against lefties this year. David Wright on deck. .393 against left-handers, but Cole Hamels has held left-hand hitters to a .137 batting average this year. And Jerry Manuel undeterred, leaving Davis in the cleanup spot.
For the IOTV pitch differential, looking at this, 3 feet between where they wanted that pitch and where it ended up. Down and in was where they wanted it, up and away is where it went. Fat pitch.
One and two to Davis.
Fastball down the middle. Fastball inside to move like Davis's feet. Change up down.
That's a lot of home runs that Hamels has given up this year. That's 10 and 57 in the third. That straddle car to be loaded.
Valdez keeping an eye at Bay at second. He's been sneaking his stolen bases. On the outside corner, got him looking at the cutter. And Davis is down for the second out.
Could have been off the plate, but he held the glove right there. Let's see. Off the plate, but too close to take. Typically when you're a rookie, you're not going to get that call.
So 2 out, and now David Wright. David has continued to pound left-handed pitching this year, hitting .412 against lefties.
Lifetime .348 against Hamels, 8 for 23 with a bomb.
That's done pretty well against Cole Hamels over the course of his career. This is his 10th start against the Mets. And lifetime he's 2-4 with a 4.12 ERA.
Yeah. Guys come back to the dugout. Francoeur asking Ike Davis, what you see out there? I think a changeup on the corner. That's what I ended up seeing.
That's with a run home on a Jason Bay double after a Reyes infield hit.
That's that cutter in to David Wright.
They're going to pitch David. And look at the disparity in lefty-righty splits there. David, we know, was worn out left-handers his whole career.
Angel Pagan hitting 6th in the order on deck. And Wright bounces one, and Hamels just tall enough to grab it. Side retired. The Mets put up an early run on a Jason Bay RBI double and hand Pelfrey a 1-0 lead. 6, or visit Mets.com/AmazingGetaways to book your trip now. Ryan Howard leads off the second inning. Howard 2 for 9 in this series, and he struck out 4 times. Starting off speed, nothing to 1.
He's getting more and more confident with this split finger, Ronnie, and he's getting more sinks.
Well, Ryan Howard watched that first inning. Mike Pelfrey started each hitter with a first pitch fastball. He said, I'm going to guess along with that. Guessed wrong.
Mike had to find something to change the plan against Howard, who has reached base 12 of his last 19 plate appearances against Mike. Two and 1 to Howard with Jason Worth and Raul Ibanez to follow.
Well, that's how Mike can change it, Gary, to fire that ball inside, make him aware inside, and then throw that four-seamer up.
Jason Worth's been held in check in this series, and I guess you can say that about all the Phillies. Well, for the last 8 games, has scored a total of 15 runs, less than 2 runs per game over an 8-game stretch for a powerful offensive team.
And a team that started the season just scoring 6, 7, 8 runs every day.
Into the shift right, Reyes playing on the right side. Howard retired, and Pelfrey's taking care of the first 4.
What happens as a group when your lineup is scuffling and you're not getting any hits? You see that instep of Mike Pelfrey. That's the part of your shoe that gets completely worn down. That hard rubber is sprayed on that shoe and molded so it kind of stops you from wearing out the shoe too quickly.
The toe plates they're called, right?
Yeah, I never wore them. I used to change my shoes every game because I have a brand new pair of shoes. The wonders of being a professional athlete.
Jason Worth takes a strike. Of course, some pitchers put more pressure than others. Remember Pedro Martinez and the way he banged that right big toe as he delivered the ball. And that became a problem for him.
In the old days, folks, they had those antiquated toe plates, and they had the metal around the front, and they had to come underneath, and you had to switch.
It's like putting a horseshoe on a horse.
It was like, yes, it was just so complicated and awkward.
Slider off the plate to Worth, and it's 2 and 1.
And what he does is he not only drags that back foot, that's where he gets that little hole in front of the rubber and just drags it along. Now, what Mike will do also after the follow through, that right foot will sometimes bang on the ground again, not as violently as Martinez.
His fastball up is popping tonight.
He's throwing with a great deal of confidence.
Jason, he just shaved off his beard.
Change it up, right?
2-2. In there for a call, strike 3. Got him looking at the fastball. And Pelfrey, who doesn't usually pile up a lot of strikeouts, has fanned 3 of the first 5.
Well, Gary, I really feel the way Mike's throwing now and coming into his own, I think you're going to see a lot more strikeouts.
He's almost 2-to-1 ratio. Well, he's over 2-to-1 ratio this season now with these 3 strikeouts. That's where he should be.
That is Jason Worth's 41st strikeout of the year. Wow.
Andy Fletcher calling the balls and strikes tonight. Young Adrian Johnson at first. Tim McCollum, the crew chief. Mike Everett rounding out the crew. Here's Raul Ibanez, who did not start last night against the left-hander, and he takes a first pitch fastball for a strike at 95.
That's some giddy-up.
Ibanez 2 for 5 in this series.
You see, Mike's going to. My approach to Mike would be away, because he likes that's his zone of left-hand hitters, throwing that ball away and take inside. Every once in a while, look in there if you got an opportunity. But if anything comes away, you're on it, and then it's not that easy. And it also, when you look away, it also sets you up to cover that split finger too, but he's going to throw that split finger away.
Carlos Ruiz on deck.
Now, a right-hand hitter, it's a different program. He's all ultra tough on righties.
Well, so far this year, with the addition of that splitter, he actually has held lefties to a lower batting average than righties, which is stunning considering how much difficulty he had in the past against lefties.
Well, every pitch it now seems with Mike doesn't. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ron. Every pitch has a purpose with him now. He's become that precise. I feel.
2-2, just missed. Tried the backdoor breaking ball. 3-2. You see the numbers. It was not that way in the past for Pelfrey. Lefties would kill him. 3-2 to Ibanez, up and away for ball 4. So the Phillies have their first base runner of the night.
Well, that's the first pitch we saw that he tried to overthrow just a bit.
So now Carlos Ruiz, who has been struggling lately, and with the Mets throwing a lefty last night, it was strange to see him not in the lineup. And it turns out that Ruiz is battling a sore right shoulder right now. Takahashi shut down the Phillies for 6 innings last night. Brian Schneider got the start behind the plate for the Phils. All one to Ruiz. Ruiz, before a recent cold streak, had been a red-hot hitter for the Phillies. In fact, his on-base percentage is still over 400 for the year. There's Brian Schneider, the former Met. Ruiz pops one in foul ground. Davis over for a look. And he flips, but to no avail. That's the first time we've seen him go up in the air like that and not catch.
Come on, you missed it. Did you hear the crowd?
They're ready.
They're so anticipating Ike making another one of those circus catches. Where's the cameraman? Let's go. How about bro?
Part of the camera roll where no man dare to tread.
Well, let me see. Can I help or should I get the award-winning Pulitzer shot?
Save the equipment. 1-1 for Pelfrey. And a letter high strike. 1-2. High slider there. Might have gotten away with one. Wilson Valdez on deck.
One thing you have to watch, and it happened to me many times, if you're a sinker ball pitcher and you strike out a few early, you start to get really, it's like a drug. You can't, I've got it working today, I'm going to strike out the world. You got to remember who you are. Ball down, sink the ball, get yourself some ground balls.
2-2 to Ruiz. Ibanez runs and Ruiz fouls it off.
And the reason I say that is if you watch Mike, he's just overthrowing a bit. He's almost trying to break the speed gun. You know, he's not, he's landing awkwardly. He's just trying to throw the ball right by Ruiz. Stay within himself. That's the way he's been the most successful.
Mike Pelfrey is making his 90th career start tonight. He's never struck out more than 8 batters in a game. Henry Blanco working with him tonight, with Ron Barajas suffering from a bruised wrist. 2-2. Rolls over one down to third. Easy play for David Wright. Side retired. A walk and one left. Mets come to bat in the bottom of the second, up 1-0. players in Mets history who've been over 300 while driving in 100 runs and scoring 100 runs in a single season. Chew on that. Angel Pagan leads off the home second and takes outside from Cole Hamels. Pagan riding a 5-game hitting streak, 3 for 7 in this series. Average up to .291 for the year. Hamels throwing his curveball there, and it's become a minor pitch for him with the emergence of his cutter.
And they want him to throw it more. It's just that he's more comfortable throwing his changeup with the game on the line.
Jeff Francoeur on deck, and then Henry Blanco here in the second. Cole Hamels now in his 5th season with the Phillies, a career that has been pockmarked with physical setbacks, really going all the way back to his high school days. And yet the talent keeps on emerging. 1-2. Line over third. Foul.
He missed his junior because he broke the humerus in his left pitching arm.
Inside pitch on Cole Hamels, brought to you by Xerox Business of Baseball.
You know, I've been told that his fastball was back in the mid-90s. It has not been so far here on the gun here at Citi Field. He's added that cutter that we talked about that gets the right-handed hitters off his changeup. And since 2006, he has struck out the most hitters of any left-hander in baseball.
He's topped out at 92 miles an hour so far. Pagan hanging it at 1-2. And he strokes one the other way, and Worth will have to play it off the turf. Throws behind Pagan, but to no avail, and Angels aboard with a leadoff hit.
Kind of fights this little fastball inside off, didn't get it in enough. Just kind of muscles it into the right field corner line, down that right field line.
That's got to be a good bat. He just picked it up and got a hit.
That's a very impressive at-bat for Pagan. He didn't even have great swings in that at-bat, but he fought off everything Hamels threw at him. Let's have a leadoff base runner for the second straight inning. Jeff Francoeur fouls off a first pitch fastball.
Look at the bat here. You can see it kind of, you'll see the bending in it. It was kind of shot because he got it towards the label.
That reverberation.
Yep.
Good thing it's not a cold night. He'd have bees in his hands. Shallow right, and Utley with the angle. One away. So Francoeur retired, and now Henry Blanco. Terry Manuel said he was planning to start Blanco tonight anyway in the final game of the homestand to just give Rod Barajas a day off. But after Barajas took a foul ball just above the bone on his right wrist last night, it became a no-brainer that Blanco was going to play. Talked to Rod before the game. He said the pain last night during the game was radiating from his elbow all the way down to his pinky finger. I said, I almost expect, I mentioned on the broadcast, I thought maybe Jerry would pinch hit for him in that last at bat, and he said, I almost wish he had. But he said at the same time, you know, your pitcher's pitching a shutout.
Right.
You want to stay in there. As a catcher, it's a point of honor to stay in for a complete game shutout. For him, not necessarily for the pitcher. Runner goes, thrown by Ruiz, and he got him.
Valdez got his foot in there. That's why they got him.
First time the Mets have had a runner caught stealing in this series.
We make the note that Ruiz has a tender shoulder. That's a pretty powerful throw right there. You're right. Good call, Ronnie.
Next time you slide feet first, and Mr. Valdez will be in left field.
That's why you never want to slide head first, because you can break your finger right there.
Is that unusual, as far from the bag as Valdez placed his foot?
Well, the throw kind of took him there, but don't forget, Mr. Valdez played on this team last season. He knows which guys slide feet first and head first.
Yep, he got him. Good call, Ron.
Change up. Blanco swings and misses. 1-2. Davis checking that Angel's hand is all right. One-two to Blanco. Tied him up. 2-2.
Let's see. Hamels throwing more inside. I think that little cutter gives him another weapon. He's got a good change. He's always had the good changeup. You've got to pitch inside if you're going to make your change off-speed stuff effective.
The one thing for hitters, though, and the real intelligent hitters, are that if you're pitching inside and not throwing strikes, it means nothing to them. You can throw inside all day. You've got to, at some point, establish that you can throw a strike in there also. Change up away.
2-2 to Blanco. And he rolls over one. Valdez with plenty of time. Throws out Blanco, and the Mets are done thanks to the foot of Wilson Valdez. 1-0 New York. The third to face 8-9-1 in the Philadelphia batting order. Wilson Valdez will lead off. Valdez helping to fill in at shortstop with the injury to Jimmy Rollins. He and Juan Castro are sharing the position. Castro started the first game of this series. Valdez last night and again tonight. Hitting at .236. Pelfrey, who's been a little high with that fastball last inning, and now the first pitch of the third. And again. Cole Hamels on deck, and then Shane Victorino for the Phils, who are looking for their first hit. They've now failed to score in 39 of their last 40 innings. And the Phils have now not scored a run against a starting pitcher in 30 consecutive innings. Their longest such streak since 1983. 2-2 to Valdez. It's got to be just agonizing, waiting for something to happen offensively.
You just hope that it doesn't snowball and everybody tries to do too much. They need that man to hit.
Let's hope it lasts one more night.
You knew that we were going to play this game tonight. Everybody was saying, well, they can play a doubleheader in August. They're not hitting. We're playing tonight.
Hit them when they're down. Phillies will be going to Florida after this game. 3-2. Valdez takes high. Ball 4. Second walk by Pelfrey. He's walked 2 of the last 3 batters. Well, you'll find a number of significant enhancements out at Citi Field this season, thanks to the quality and skill of New York City union carpenters and contractors. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt.
That would be the bullpens, Gary. You know, for those of you who haven't been at Citi Field yet, the bullpen's completely different. Remember last year you had the Mets pen, and then parallel to that you had the Phillies pen, which you couldn't see if you were a fan here. Now they changed them up. They put in these little huts so the guys can go inside, watch TV, get a little cup of coffee, and just warm up and stretch kind of out of the public eye. It's a big difference. So great for the pitchers, great for the fans. And the other thing that is actually my favorite thing, remember we did an open back there a couple weeks ago. Right behind me, there's a place, if you come in the Citi Field entrance right off of 126, as a bunt laid down by Hamels, and Pelfrey will get him at first. So a sacrifice successful by Cole Hamels there. Valdez to second. Anyway, right off, you come in the entrance at 126, you come in right around game time. It's perfect because there's a chain link fence and you could see the guys warming up. So you see both starting pitchers warming up. I don't know that there's many ballparks around the country you get a chance to do that. So that's the really cool thing about the redesign out here at Citi Field and the bullpens. Fellas?
Were you thinking, Kevin, of grabbing a baseball and maybe getting up on the mound there?
It's got to be 38-1 for that to happen, Gary. I'm telling you. Maybe get a cup of coffee in this little hut on the way out, though. I don't know if the guys will let me.
Kevin, from that shot, looks like you're in a confessional.
Here's Shane Victorino with Valdez at second and 1 out. Victorino struck out his first time up.
You know, it's interesting to have that little separation from the fans and the starting pitchers. And the old vet used to warm up in left field if you're a visiting player, and the fans would be right above you, and they would just pelt you with peanuts and beer while you were warming up.
Of course, now in Philadelphia, the fans are hanging over the bullpen. And on Ashburn Alley, great splitter by Pelfrey, and it's 0-2. Those fans are on the side of the bullpen. Last year, the way it was configured, they had to put a tarp over the bullpen mound because it went from the stands over across. Now there's no problem with that.
They're also throwing on the same angle as you would at the mound, and that's a good thing also.
Phillies just 2 for 16 with runners in scoring position in this series.
Boy, Victorino looks a little bit lost up there. He's having a tough time with that splitter. Boy, when you're going bad, it's so hard to wait. And there you go right there in this series. They have not hit in the clutch. They have not hit, period.
First game of the series was amazing. They had 9 hits and 5 walks and didn't score. They left 13 runners on base.
And there's Milt Thompson talking with Jason Worth. They're trying to see if they can get something on Pelf.
1-2. 2-2 to Victorino. You know, when the team's going good, none of the writers or broadcasters want to talk to the hitting coach. It's only when the team's going bad.
That's right.
And everybody wants to talk to the hitting coach. Victorino right up on top of the plate. 2-2 from Pelfrey. Line into right field. On comes Frank Corras to short hop it. Bangs it up in the air. Valdez will hold at third. So a base hit with a runner in scoring position, but one that does not bring a run in for the Phils.
And good base running by Valdez. Nice play by Frank Corr to keep it in front of him. Uses his body, 2 hands. Just like a goalie there.
Well, that was a nice job by Frank Corr because his initial reaction was to make the play.
Good base running by Valdez.
And Jeff got stuck and know where his land and finally kept it in front of him.
Certainly tell the weather has changed tonight. After it was 90 degrees last night, Dan Worth is wearing a jacket tonight. Temperatures in the 60s after the rain came through. Hour and 55-minute rain delay. Speaking of pitching coaches in jackets, we'll see Rick Peterson tomorrow. Right. Now the pitching coach of the Brewers. Willie Randolph also on that coaching staff for the embattled Milwaukee skipper Ken Maka.
If you're the pitching coach right now for the Brewers and people ask you out at dinner, what do you do with the Brewers team? I'm in the office.
Yeah, they have struggled. Here's Polanco, fly to right his first time up, first and third and one out, and he punches one foul.
Well, he was going to right field all the way and got a hanging slider out, and he missed it.
We listened to Jerry Manuel talk today, and he said that Mike is going through such a great stretch, but he can't forget about his two-seam sinker in these situations. That's what can get him that ground ball.
Absolutely.
Got to keep an eye on Victorino at first base. 8 stolen bases this year. And the slider low and away, 1-1. Chase Utley to follow. And as Davis caught that pickoff throw at first base, Wilson Valdez made a hard move down the line from third. Just in case. One thing we learned about Wilson Valdez last year, heady player.
Yes. I don't go too far, though. I like that it has that canyon over there at first base.
1-1 to Polanco.
There's your sinker. You knew it had to come after 2 sliders, huh?
Lifting that leg. He did slide step before that, trying to get on top of this sinker. Does a nice job, but the ball's off the plate.
Ronnie, what's the biggest drawback for pitchers trying to throw 4-seamers and sinkers?
Is maintaining both at an excellent level. I think that Mike has thrown a lot of 4-seamers so far.
To third, might be 2. Right to Castillo, on to first, double play, side retired. Pelfrey gets the ground ball and keeps the Phillies off the board again. What a turn by Castillo with Victorino right up on him.
Mike Pelfrey leads off in the home third. Mike 3 for 18 at the plate this year. Lifetime 094 hitter. Needs to get up onto the interstate.
Oh, he's gotten better though.
He has.
As he's gone along, when he first came up, he was pretty much a flat out, but he's developed into a guy that usually makes contact.
Jose Reyes and Luis Castillo to follow. Pelfrey getting that ground ball double play to end the top of the inning. 2 years ago, 28 ground ball double plays.
Ruiz probably one of the more athletic catchers in the game of baseball. Gives you that low target. He's a shorter guy anyway, but just wants you to get that ball down.
And Pelfrey's got a base hit. Well, Mike with his 4th hit of the year, the 3rd straight inning now that the Mets have had a leadoff hit off Hamels.
The old cutter that didn't get inside. Pelf, nice balance. Very nice, Mike. Geez, you've taken BP lately. Nice swing.
Here's a very odd stat. Cole Hamels against the Mets. This is his 59th career inning against the Mets. He has never walked the leadoff hitter in an inning against the Mets. However, with the 3 hits tonight, the Mets now have 25 hits by the leadoff batter in 59 innings. That's a .424 batting average leading off innings for the Mets against Cole Hamels.
That's why he's 2-4.
You got it.
And last year with a 7.20 ERA.
A career of 4.12 in 9 starts.
Jose Reyes had an infield hit leading off the 1st inning and scored the game's only run. And he bloops one behind second. Utley retreating. He won't get there. Tries to make the jumping grab to get a force, but comes up empty on that as well. And Reyes has his 5th consecutive multiple hit game.
A nice effort by Utley here. He broke back immediately, just out of his reach. And now this is a fun situation, I would think, with Mr. Castillo.
Louis going to have a face-to-face chat with Chip Hale to talk about how they want to play this.
Well, with the Phillies, you have a couple of options, and Chip Hale's telling them right now, you can definitely bunt that ball down at third, make Polanco field the baseball. That's what you should do to see the defense. But Ryan Howard has some issues throwing also, so you can go either way.
And Polanco has not been playing all that tight in bunt situations in this series.
He got to come in a little stronger. And there's no charge.
Louis gets it down. Hamels will field. Looks to third, but throws to first, and just in time to get Castillo, who is digging hard. Hamels almost waited too long. 1-4 on the sacrifice, moving the runners to second and third.
Regular bunt play. Seems to get Polanco not really charging, even though the ball was bunted back to the pitcher. But he's got to be more aggressive. And Hamels makes the throw. He might have him close. And close there. Luis hustling down that line. Wow.
Great extension coming down on that bruised foot, which is feeling a lot better the last few days. So 2 in scoring position for Jason Bay, who drove in the first run of this game with a doubled left center. Infield back.
I think the play is to have the infield back, but Charlie Manuel, even when he should have had the infield in, or mostly when people play the infield in, has had his infield back all series long.
How do you instruct Pelfrey, the runner at third, in this spot?
Well, it's either it's contact with them back. Line drive, make sure the ball gets through the infield. Anything on the ground, you're going on contact. Anything at line drive, hold, make sure it gets through the infield.
So even on a ball hit to the corners, you want him coming?
I would like him to come and just be aware that if it's sharply hit, get in a rundown. Get the guys back to second and third.
Agreed.
2-0 to Bay. And Hamels working carefully to him with Ike Davis, the left-hand hitter, on deck. He struck out Davis his first time up. And we mentioned earlier the prowess that Hamels has had this year against the left-hand hitter. Three and one.
You know, when you look at the outfield, if it's a fly ball with Pelfrey on third base, you've got Ibanez does not have a good arm. Victorino has a very good arm, pretty accurate, and Worth has the best arm, like Francoeur of the Mets, in right field.
Take a pretty good fly ball to get Pelfrey home. Inside, ball four, and the bases are loaded for Davis. So Hamels pitching like he didn't want much of Jason Bay there with first base open. His first walk of the night.
Well, a red-hot Bay, with open base, I kind of tend to agree.
Last time up, Mike Davis got a fastball right down the middle and took it. I bet you he'll be ready if Hamels tries to get ahead of him again.
The Mets have been outstanding in this series, getting runners home from third with less than 2 out. Another crack here.
Let's see how he attacks them here.
And right after him with a fastball.
Fastball away and right to the glove. Like to see Ike go to that left center field gap. He's been pulling off a little bit.
Oh, that one caught the corner.
I didn't think that was a strike.
Andy Fletcher rings it up, and it's 0-2.
And I'll tell you what, it's outside. Oh, man, come on, huh? Crying out loud.
That's not good.
Missing a good ball game. Sorry, Andy. That's Andy Fletcher behind the plate.
So now Davis in a 2-strike hole. He's 2 for 3 getting runners home from third with less than 2 out.
Boy, I put you in a hole 0-2.
Same pitch. This one's a ball.
Boy, he twitched though. Man, didn't he back there?
I think he felt he had to give one back there. And I don't think it was a strike. I think it was outside.
Oh, this is a common occurrence, David, right on that. These are the kind of things that happened 30 years ago when you had a rookie up at the plate. You'd see if he was going to snap on a bad call.
1-2 from Hamels. To the right side. Utley will have to hurry to get 2. The turn by Valdez. In time to double up Davis and keep the Mets off the board in the third. 4-6-3. Each team turns a double play in the third inning. It stays 1-0 New York. Mike Pelfrey unruffled by the delay. Has pitched 3 scoreless tonight. That's 21 consecutive scoreless innings for Met pitchers in this series. Part of the batting order, Utley, Howard, and Worth for the Phillies in the 4th. Utley struck out his first time up. Now 1 for 10 in the series. One and 0 to Utley. Keith, you've mentioned since this series began about Utley's front foot. Is that a difficult adjustment to make?
No, it shouldn't be. And
ripped off the glove of Castillo, but enough time to recover and throw out Utley.
Well, that's as hard a ball as Utley's hit in this series, but Castillo able to knock it down and make the play.
Well, that shift, and that was a bullet. Nice play by Louis to knock it down. Luis, good recovery. Back to your question, Garrett. Yes, and we've asked all the Philly writers and the media members here on the TV and radio teams, is Utley's hip bothering him? And they say he doesn't say boo. He doesn't want anybody to know if he's hurt. I just don't know if it's his hip that's bothering him, but if that is the only problem, him not releasing that front foot, then to me that's an easy correction.
Well, that was certainly an encouraging swing.
Very stoic. Chase Utley.
Pelfrey with a curveball and a splitter get to him on Ryan Howard 0-2.
Sometimes you develop into a bad habit, Keith, because you're trying to protect an injury.
Now watch the front foot, the lift. That's a little better turn. See, he's turning there, and that's why he got the hips through a little better that time. If he keeps that stride and that foot pointing into that third base dugout, he's going to lock his hips up. So that you saw the front foot go forward there and start pointing towards the pitcher. That frees your hips up.
Pelfrey ahead on Howard 1-2, has yet to throw him a fastball. And comes inside with 1, 2-2.
Nice pitch.
So now he's set him up for the splitter.
Nice pitch. He can still go up there twice in a row because he usually swings through that ball up in the strike zone. So he's got 2 choices, up or down with the splitter.
Tries the split and misses down. So now after getting ahead, Pelfrey's gone to a full count on Howard.
So Howard took that splitter a little better. You've seen it enough now. You should make the adjustment. Okay, I've got to make him get it up.
Pitcher Howard has handled very well in the past. 3-2, and he walked him. Third walk given up by Pelfrey. A 1-out base runner for the Phillies. Here's your Tom Warner Cable high-speed pitch. Mike Pelfrey up to 95 tonight. Cole Hamels 92. So the Phillies have a 1-out base runner for Jason Worth, who took a call third strike on a fastball his first time up. Worth began the night 3rd in the National League in batting, leading the league in slugging percentage, doubles, and extra base hits.
We've got a helicopter here, folks. That's a hanger. And he missed it.
He's hung a couple of sliders tonight.
That was right there on a tee. Boy, as a hitter, you just go, oh, gosh. Let him get away with that one.
One and 1 to Worth. Jason Worth, free agent at the end of the year. And his year is making him more expensive. Guy has gone from being a part-time player to being a borderline superstar. Hit hard, could be 2. Reyes with a turn, and for the second straight inning, the Mets turn the infield double play. 4-6-3 to get Pelfrey through the 4th. 1-0 against Cole Hamels and the Phillies. Wright hit a comebacker his first time up. It'll be Wright, then Pagan and Frank Core for the Mets, who have out hit the Phillies 5-1 to this point. One to David.
You know, you remember how the Phillies were accused of stealing signs. Well, watch what they're doing now. Charlie Manuel accused the Mets going to 4 signs themselves with no one on base.
Something the Mets have been doing at Citizens Bank Park for the last 3 years. Just intensifying the rivalry a little bit more.
I honestly didn't like it as a pitcher. With no one on base to get 4 signs, it takes just longer to get the tempo. Tempo slows down.
Then again, it's better than having to know your pitches.
I remember the Mets faced Mark Langston when he was traded to Montreal Expos. They had all his pitches, struck out 17 that night, won 1-0.
Remember who he was traded for when he came to the Expos?
I don't.
Line caught by Polanco. Nice leaping grab, one away. Mark Langston, a deadline deal for a young, wild left-hander named Randy Johnson.
Johnson, that's right. That was,
if I recall, Langston's tip was from the stretch, he would have his glove straight up and down, 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock. And on his breaking ball, he would tilt it with his fingers pointing to 10 o'clock and the heel of his glove to 4 o'clock.
And the thing I don't understand about that, if it was that big a telltale, how did his teammates or his coaches never realize that?
Well, he struck out 17. Who cares? I mean, at some point.
Pagan lines one, and this one's too tall for Utley. One leaping grab enough, and Pagan is 2 for 2.
You know, I wanted to mention this, Pagan's first at bat. With Pagan in the 6th position, I kind of like him there. He's a good clutch hitter. He has not been affected by hitting 6th. And it also gives the Mets a little speed in that bottom of the order. Not the bottom, but the second half of that order. The top of the second half of that order. Nice hitting right there, going right with it.
And the biggest reason, Keith, and you're so right, with Davis and Pagan there, guys, at least especially Pagan, not going to strike out as much. Going to put the ball in play.
Rancourt pops one up. Howard hoping for a play and has room to make it. 2 out.
You know, another thing, too, is that we forget that David Wright hitting 5th is a tremendous stolen base threat, but he just hasn't been getting on base.
David was stealing a lot of bases early in the year. Henry Blanco grinded out to short his first time up. Blanco starting his 13th game tonight. And the expectation is that Rod Barajas, despite that bruised wrist, should be back in the lineup tomorrow night to face Milwaukee. Quite a pitching matchup tomorrow night at Miller Park. Once every 5 days, the Brewers have a big-time starter that can roll out there, and that's going to be tomorrow night. Giovanni Gallardo against Johan Santana.
Who they've given a huge contract to, and hasn't been able to get deep into games.
And that's put pressure on the Brewers' bullpen, which has been all torn up. It's not just that Hoffman has underperformed, but they've had to make some changes. They finally imported a couple of kids who've joined that bullpen, some hard throwers. John Axford, a right-hander, and Raddick, a left-hander, guys who can throw 95, which is something they didn't have before. But that's still not a very good pitching staff.
Well, I think one of the reasons they have to do it is that their starters, they have a lot of soft tossers. Dave Bush doesn't throw that hard. Doug Davis does not throw that hard.
Davis is on the DL now. He's got inflammation around his heart. That's a scary thing for a guy who's come back from cancer a couple of years ago. And the Mets, after Gallardo, will face 2 lefties in that series. Manny Parra on Saturday and Randy Wolf on Sunday. And you know, the Mets have fared much better against lefties this year than they have against righties. It's a place where the Mets have generally played very well in Milwaukee. 0-1 to Blanco. Pagan runs. Ruiz with a throw right on target, but Pagan beats it. perfect throw by Ruiz, but Pagan just got there before the throw. His 8th stolen base of the year.
48 for the Mets as a team. At second in the National League behind the Pods.
And notice which way he went in this time.
Yes, he slid feet first.
Very nice. Nicely done. This is the 2010 version of Angel Pagan. He learns very quickly.
Went in hand first and got blocked by Wilson Valdez's leg the first time and tagged out. This time with Utley covering. Feet first.
Plus, you know, Valdez puts his foot down there and you come in with your spike, you can put a little divot in him.
And you don't have to replace it either.
2-1 now to Blanco with the pitcher on deck. And the breaking ball fouled off. That's now with 8 stolen bases in 9 tries in this 3-game series. And the changeup strikes out Blanco. Pitch in the dirt. Ruiz completes it with a throw to end the inning. Second strikeout of the night for Hamels. Keeps it a 1-0 game going to the 5th.
You know, Phillies obviously have been struggling offensively, and I talked to a couple of their players just trying to gauge if they think that anything has changed really since they started having their success, their approach, their in-game attitude, things like that. And you know, Shane Victorino has a stern no way. I don't think anything has changed with us. Jason Worth thought about it. He said the only thing, if I could pick one thing, and we've actually talked about this as a team, is pregame. I think on the field we have the same edge. I think we feel the same confidence about us. But pregame, it's amazing. You'll be here 10 minutes for a game, and you won't even know there's a game going on outside. I think it's the calmness that comes when you have some success and you're confident in your abilities. You know, it used to be guys running around drinking coffee and drinking Red Bulls and trying to get amped up. It's like now it's almost like we just kind of know what we have to do, but I don't think that takes away anything at all on the field. So just kind of an interesting little sidebar there on guys and how they feel. And, you know, Keith and Ronnie and Gary, just how they deal with success and keep that success going. Back to you.
Well, they always say that the harder thing is not winning, it's repeating and repeating after that. As Raul Ibanez pops one up. And David Wright with a retreat one away. I mean, is there any validity to that? After you win, do you get calmer? Do you change your approach? Is that a natural thing to have happen?
I don't think in the second year. I've never had that experience of going back to back. I think when you win that 1 year, you're really amped up and motivated to do it again. Now, if you've won 2 years in a row, it's only human nature maybe to get a little soft. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that when I realistically look at the Mets teams in the 80s, and that's the only teams I played for, you know, I thought that we should have had maybe a 4-year run, 85, 86, 87, 88. 85, we just got bested by a better team. They just had, the Cardinals that year, an outstanding year. 86, of course, the magical year. And then 87, the injuries came, and we weren't strong enough to overcome it. And then 88, the disaster in Los Angeles.
Well, I felt 87 was the most disappointing year. It always was a year I thought we were ready to do it again, and we lost. We had Ojeda go down. You went down, Ronnie, in September.
That's very interesting to me. You found 87 to be more disappointing than 88?
Yes. We were the best team in the league, and we didn't start the season with Doc. We didn't start the season with Roger. Roger had the appendix. And then we lost Sid with a knee. Sometimes we were throwing Mitchell out there to pitch.
Right.
John Mitchell.
Don Schulze.
Yes.
Tom Edens.
The other Bob Gibson.
Right.
But that's my point. I mean, you had a lot of reasons why you lost that year, whereas in 88, it all seemed to be there for you, no?
That's not how we thought on that team. We didn't care who was out there. Somehow you had to find a way to win. And I think these Phillies have done that the last 3 years. Charlie Manuel, I've talked to him many times, and he says, you know what, kind of just trying to concentrate on who we have. And all we say to each other is that, you know, whatever happens today, let's just win. And if we win, then we can move on.
And I think it's also instructive. You know, the Phillies are going through a little lull right now, and the Mets haven't seen that really from the Phillies the last few years. But it's not the first time that's happened. And Charlie Manuel, when they've gone into a little bit of a complacent period, and they've had that the last couple of years, has been outspoken about it and has said, hey, we're getting a little complacent here.
Yeah, he doesn't mind going to the whip. Never has.
And Ruiz takes high ball 4. So that's 4 walks now given up by Pelfrey. Unusual for him.
74 pitches, almost the same ball as strikes. You know, Rollins didn't hustle. He was taken out of the lineup. He was late for a ball game at Shea Stadium. He was taken out of the lineup. So he's not afraid to, as a manager, use that lineup card to make a message, send a message.
Wilson Valdez walked his first time up.
I know Ruiz is a catcher, but he doesn't run like an average catcher. He's above average as far as his running ability. You try to maybe get something working with Valdez, a little hit and run. Problem is he's got the pitcher up next.
Yeah. Well, it's obvious that with Rollins out of the lineup, that this lower half of the order, the Phillies, is not. You know, you'd have Victorino move down. They lose a little depth in their line in the bottom of their order. They're going to hit again, please.
Yeah.
Okay, Met fans have saw that, and the Mets struggle for a long time, and they've come out of it. This team will come out of it.
Pelfrey's ended each of the last 2 innings with double play grinders. Looking for another one here from Valdez.
You know, Keith, you were talking before about how much you like Angel Pagan in the 6 hole, and talking to players just gauging, you know, the loss of Jimmy Rollins, and of course it's a big loss, but a lot of them said, you know, it's really, and Shane's been good leading up, but we really miss him 6. I mean, he's such a spark when you get to the lower third of that order.
Well, the other piece is that Ruiz was hot for a long time, and he's cooled down. 1-1 to Valdez. Back to Pelfrey. That might be 2. Reyes across the bag. Double play. 1 to 6 to 3. 3 consecutive innings. Pelfrey ends it with a twin killing. Halfway through, 1-0 New York. in 23 innings for the Philadelphia Phillies in this series, and just one hit against Mike Pelfrey over 5 innings tonight, although Pelfrey has walked 4. Jason Bay has driven in the only run as the Mets look for a 3-game sweep. 3-game shutout sweep? Is that even possible?
Wow.
Mike Pelfrey to lead off. Pelfrey had a base hit leading off in the 3rd inning. The last time and the only time in Mets history that they've had 3 consecutive shutouts in one series, 1969 in Philadelphia. And the strangest part about that is that the 3 games were in late September, the first 3 games after the Mets had clinched the National League East, when you would have figured they'd be in letdown mode.
That was Kuzman, 5-0 win. Seaver, a 2-0 win.
Howard makes the play, 1 out.
And then Gentry, Ryan, and Ron Taylor combined for a 2-0 shutout.
A little stretching, a little Tai Chi. There's all sorts of stuff going on out there. Here's Jose Reyes, who's 2 for 2, his 5th consecutive multiple hit game. An infield single and a blue pit, and he'll take both. Thinks about a bunt and takes the cutter inside.
Jose been working with third base coach Chip Hale on his drag bunting. Boy, if he can drag bunt, he got a couple drag bunts hits so far this year.
Drives this one to center. Victorino hurrying in to grab it.
Boy, Victorino just got a great jump on that ball.
Hardest ball by far that Reyes has hit tonight. First time it's been retired.
Just got a great jump.
He made that play look easy. A lot of center fielders in baseball. That's a base hit.
So now Castillo, who's grounded out and sacrificed.
Well, it doesn't happen very often, Glenn. Louis does have some power from this right side. Occasionally you'll see him take as big a swing as you'll ever see as a right-handed hitter.
Fouls that one off Ruiz's mask. Chris Carlin and Adam Shine will be covering all the bases as they debate tonight's Mets-Phillies series finale, plus bring you a preview of tomorrow's matchup in Milwaukee. On the next Loudmouths, presented by Geico, weekdays at 6 p.m. only on SNY. One from Hamels, and Castillo takes a strike. The last time the Mets had 3 straight shutouts of any kind, 1988. 2 against the Expos and 1 against the Cardinals. Darling, Ojeda, and Gooden.
Pretty good 1-2-3 punch.
April of '88. Punch down to first base. Side retired. First 1-2-3 inning of the night for Cole Hamels. 5 in the books. Mets by 1. check in with Kevin Burkhardt for an update presented by ChevyOffers.com.
With Rod Barajas smarting with that right wrist that he hurt last night. In a pinch, it's a playoff game. He told me he could probably play, but Fernando Tatis, the emergency catcher, guys, and I was asking Fernando if he's ready to play tonight in that role, and he said he would use Henry Blanco's glove. He's used it before. He likes that glove. And I said, well, extreme example as Cole Hamels leads off for the Phillies. I said, how about this? How about you come in and R.A. Dickey comes in? Well, what happened then? He said, hey, we play rec ball down in the Dominican Republic. We have a little bit of everything down there. So he says he's caught a knuckleballer before. Of course, Rod Barajas was an earshot of that. I said, you know what? Jerry comes and asks me to get in the game. I think I might just say I can't go just to try and see you do that, guys.
Of course, Dickey carries around his own glove for his catchers to use. Hamels chases the splitter, and it almost wasn't fair as Pelfrey strikes him out, his 4th of the night.
It's called grab some pine.
You know what it is, though? It's beautiful job by both pitchers, clearing that 8th spot and keeping that pitcher batting leadoff. Hamels got Pelfrey to start the inning, and now Pelfrey gets Hamels.
Well,
gives you an advantage.
Well, those grips are the same in any language.
Don't need a translator for that.
It is. You learn by asking questions and listening.
He's talking about the slider. Al Santana throws his slider, and Takahashi's trying to imitate how he holds the baseball. Index finger off the ball, pressure on that middle finger, and snap it. Hot. Got a lot of free time as a pitcher. You really have to fill it with some.
We got 4 days in between.
Yeah.
Might as well be learning. Never want to be stagnant. Placido Polanco on deck. Victorino has the only hit for the Phils tonight. Hits this one off the leg of Pelfrey. And Wright will have no play against the speedy Victorinos. 2 for 2. 2 for 3. The only 2 Philly hits. And Pelfrey appears to be just fine.
Up the middle.
Well, one of the things, if you're a sinker ball pitcher, right, Keith, you have to field the position. And Mike does field his position very well. That hit too hard.
8 stolen bases. Victorino only caught once.
Well, you know what Mike's got a chance for now. His 4th straight inning ending with a double play. I can't remember the last time a Met pitcher had 3 straight inning ending double plays, which is what Pelfrey's working on right now. Got Polanco into the first one in his biggest jam of the night, 1st and 3rd and 1 out. Now Polanco to hit into a 5-4-3 double play with a beautiful turn by Castillo as he got out of the way of the onrushing Victorino. The Phillies have stolen fewer bases than any team in the National League. They're a team that generally doesn't have to steal a lot of bases.
Yeah, they bash people to death. But right now, they're not bashing.
Victorino by far their leading base stealer. In fact, he has half of their steals, 8 of their 16. He's going. And the throw by Blanco is not in time. The first stolen base against Henry Blanco this season. He had been 5 for 5 throwing out potential base stealers.
Well, you knew the Phillies were going to run here and try to make it happen. You knew Victorino was going to run. Struggling to score runs. We'll backpedal.
Going back on defense.
That's right.
Two and 0 to Polanco. Tying run at second and 1 out. And it's upstairs, and so Pelfrey's already walked 4 tonight behind on Polanco 3-0 with Utley on deck.
Polanco will not be swinging here, right, Keith?
No, definitely not. Take with 3-4 coming behind him.
Yep.
3, 4, and 5.
And he walked him on 4 pitches. 5 walks now for Mike Pelfrey.
It's too many, Ronnie, huh?
Yeah, it is. Especially with the stuff he's got tonight.
He's driving his pitch count up. He's up to 87 pitches with 1 out in the 6th. And Dan Worthington will take a trip to the mound. While they talk, We'll go to the studio. Chris Carlin is standing by with the New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. All right, Chris, and former Met Carlos Gomez tied that game with a bottom of the ninth RBI single. Both the tying hit and the winning walk coming against the former Met farmhand Matt Lindstrom. And just adding to the Houston Astros woes, they're now 16-31. Despite the gem that Roy Oswalt threw for them last night.
New manager Brad Mills has not made a difference so far with those Astros, and you've had a guy, Lance Berkman, who said he'll do anything you have to do to get rid of me, and Oswalt, who said I'm ready to get traded.
Well, why is he ready to get traded? Well, 3-6 with a 2.35 ERA.
Non-support.
That's why. Well, here's Utley. The double plays back in order. Utley has struck out and grounded out. 0 for 2. And takes the sinker low and away.
And Mike is flirting with danger right here.
Victorino and Polanco aboard in a 1-0 game. And Ryan Howard looming on deck.
Well, he's got this guy looming in the batter's box. First things first.
Well, Utley had his hardest hit ball of the series last time up. A screaming line drive that Castillo knocked down and threw him out on. And Pelfrey keeping it away from him. It's 2-0. 6 straight out of the strike zone for Mike since the infield hit by Victorino. That's bullpen is cranking. Elmer descends, first man up. Fouled away.
Oh boy, Utley, when he's on, he rips that pitch. He just rips it. This is a pitch to hit. 2-0. That's a pretty good cut. He's just a little bit out in front, and that's always the case when it comes to slumps.
Well, it's not just the Phillies. Met pitchers have not given up a home run in ages.
Yeah.
I mean, including the 5 innings tonight. Met pitchers have gone 74 innings without allowing a home run, which is awfully tough when you're playing the Yankees and the Phillies. Utley, though, has 4 against Pelfrey in his career. Oh, did not get the call.
It's a call. That's a pitch that's been called all night long.
That's Ike Davis. That's a strike.
Certainly was earlier tonight, but Andy Fletcher felt it was not here.
It missed. Utley has a reputation. It missed. Oh, he's hot, Jerry.
I bet you this phrase was uttered. Call them both ways.
So Utley in an advantageous spot here. 2 aboard, 1 out, a 3-1 count. Blanco moves away again. In the air to center field, and Pagan has room. Tagging at second is Victorino. He'll move over. The throw comes in towards second. So on a 3-1 pitch, Pelfrey maybe got more in the middle of the plate than he wanted, but used the big part of the ballpark for the second out.
Philadelphia might be a different story.
But that's something you got to do here, right, Keith?
That's exactly right. Here, you want to hit a bomb? Go ahead. It's 408 out there in center field. A little reluctant to do it to a guy like this, who can hit it out of any ballpark.
Yeah, he'll go apple hunting.
Howard tonight is grounded to short and walked. 2 for 10 in the series. Victorino and Polanco on the corners with 2 out.
Boy, the Phillies get turned away here. This has got to be just a compounding and compiling of frustration. Big pull. See the right side of the infield there.
Pulled into the shift, and Castillo from the outfield grass throws him out, and Pelfrey keeps him off the board again. 24 consecutive scoreless innings. tonight despite a nearly 2-hour rain delay at the start. There's been a great electricity in the ballpark as the Mets bid for a 3-game sweep of the Phillies, who have still not scored a run in the 3 games. Mike Pelfrey and Cole Hamels hooking up in a pitcher's duel. And now the Mets will have the heart of the batting order coming up in the bottom of the 6th, looking to extend their lead. Jason Bay has driven in the only run of the night with a double to the warning track in left center back in the 1st inning. And he walked in the 3rd. And Hamels starts him off with a changeup. 0-1. Mike Pelfrey up to 93 pitches through 6 innings. Down to 3rd for Polanco. And Bay retired 1 away. That's 6 in a row retired by Hamels, who's settling into his best groove of the night. Chad Derman is up in the Phillies bullpen. That's because Hamels is due up 5th when the Phillies come up in the 7th. Certainly not because of Hamels' pitch count. He's only thrown 75 pitches with 1 out of the 6th. Ike Davis is taking a call 3rd strike and grounded into a double play with the bases loaded to end the 3rd. And he rips this one into right field, a base hit. So Davis, who had been stymied by Hamels, has a base hit his 3rd time up.
Fastball. Now, want to look at his front foot pointing towards the pitcher. He is more just the opposite of what Utley's doing. He steps more in the bucket. But the fact that he points at the pitcher, he flies. He can release those hips. And he's more of a middle-in hitter.
So the Mets have their 7th hit off Hamels. David Wright hit a line drive his last time up, and Polanco made a leaping grab. And he takes a big cut at that and fouls it back.
So I guess when Utley's struggling, he can't clear his hips. When Davis is struggling, he's clearing his hips too early.
Too quick. He's pulling off.
It's a fine line.
Yep, it is. You got one guy doesn't like the ball away that much. It has to reach. The other guy likes the ball away. The best I've seen Hamels throw in a long while, Ronnie.
Yeah, he really is. He's using all his pitches. I think when he was really struggling, he became a fastball changeup pitcher. That's all he threw.
He's added the cutter, and he's throwing his curveball tonight. I think there was a long time for him last year when that curveball was not a good pitch for him.
Well, I think also he left spring training. He had a little problem with his ankle, and then he hurt his shoulder. And I think he had some fear of throwing that ball, that good snapping curveball. He's rolling it up there a little bit.
Comes with the fastball on 1 and 2, and David stays in. Cole Hamels started off his career with a bang and a little hiccup last year. His best season was 2007 when he went 15-5 his 2nd year in the big leagues. One-two to right. Breaking ball ripped down the left field line, but it hooks. Foul.
Well, he's got that curveball grip. The good thing about it is that if Cole learns how to throw this inside off the plate, there's really nothing David can do to keep this ball fair. Starts in the middle of the plate, and by the time it breaks, oh, he's just out in front. That was really down the middle.
That was a lousy breaking ball.
Fastball up, Keith.
You called it.
And he struck him out. So the high heat gets David Wright. Just the 3rd strikeout for Hamels tonight. He's averaging almost 9.5 strikeouts per 9 innings.
Well, great sequence of pitching. Curveball down and in, and fastball up.
Nice call.
Get a preview of the upcoming Mets series against the Brewers, plus inside info on tomorrow's Yankees-Indians matchup in the Bronx with special features, scouting reports, and exclusive interviews on the Baseball Show, presented by Harrah's every afternoon only on SNY.TV, your online home of all things New York sports. Angel Pagan is 2 for 2 tonight. Both times a single to right. He's stolen a base. He's also been caught stealing. And his batting average with those 2 hits tonight right up to 300. Davis at first with 2 down. 1-0 New York, 6th inning. Cutter in tight, and it's 1-1. And if you're just tuning in and you're wondering, it's 10:53. Why is it only the 6th inning? No, Joe West would not be upset. We had an hour and 55-minute rain delay at the start of the game tonight.
He would have been upset with the rain delay. Absolutely.
You see, he was out reiterating his comments again about the Yankees and Red Sox and slow play. I guess because he's been assigned to the Red Sox series this weekend, and Joe West has his own publicist who told media outlets that Joe was going to be assigned to the series, which he's not supposed to do. And so he was doing interviews, really reiterating all the stuff that he said last month about slow play.
Is he losing his mind?
I think he's trying to sell a new album.
A country western album. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Joe's got a little side business as a country western singer. Jeff Francoeur on deck. Sometimes you just have to stop and take a breath. Fouled away. Joe was also involved in that confrontation yesterday with Mark Burley and Ozzie Guillen over a couple of balk calls.
Well, Joe was always, even when he came up, he was always someone you just didn't argue with. He had a short fuse, and he was confrontational. He mellowed as he got older, but he still, even when he was a veteran umpire, you didn't want to lock horns with him.
Howard belatedly moving behind Davis, who's going to take off here. 3-2 to Pagan. Grounded toward the hole. Valdez on the backhand has to go to first with a low throw. It's scooped by Howard on the backhand. And Pagan is out for the first time tonight. A hit and 1 left. We go to the 7th. 1-0 Mets. And by Chevy. Find your nearest dealer on ChevyOffers.com or call 877-64-CHEVY. 7th inning. Mike Pelfrey and Cole Hamels The two 26-year-old pitchers who were born 18 days apart have engaged in quite the pitcher's duel tonight. The Mets with a 1-0 edge as we start the 7th. Jason Worth will lead off. Struck out and grounded into a double play tonight, and attacks the first pitch fastball and fouls it off. It was Pelfrey's 94th pitch of the night. He's got Worth, Ibanez, and Ruiz to face here in the 7th. He's due a turn at bat in the bottom of the 7th, and I think right now the Mets would be thrilled if they can get Pelfrey through the 7th inning.
Well, if you're a starting pitcher like Pelfrey is right now, you have now gotten this game in such a microcosm way that you are thinking pitch to pitch to try to get through this inning.
If you get through this inning, you got Igarashi and you got Feliciano in the 8th for your bridge to K-Rod. So, and Feliciano's well rested. He'll be ready for Utley, Howard, Ibanez, or Igarashi for the right-handers.
You saw Pelfrey lick his hand as he climbed the hill there. Jerry Manuel made a very interesting point today about Pelfrey's rhythm and one of the reasons he's been able to work quicker and stay in a better rhythm. 1-2 to Worth, low and away. They changed the rule about going to your mouth this year, and it's worked in Pelfrey's favor.
It really has. He really had the baton death march as he would go all the way around the mound to make sure that he would get enough moisture on his hand. But now just stays up there, licks his finger, wipes it on his uniform, and ready to go. Better tempo.
2-2 to Worth. Foul tip held by Blanco. Strike 3. 5 strikeouts for Pelfrey, 1 down in the 7th.
He's just eating up Worth today.
That four-seamer, he's got enough cut on it, and nice job by Henry Blanco.
That's a great shot. I love it. I love it.
So 1 away. Here's Ibanez, who's walked and popped up to third. A fully confident young pitcher coming into his own. One and 1 to Ibanez. Valdez, the left-hander, descends the right-hander in case Pelfrey needs help here in the 7th. Makes you wonder whether there might be somebody unavailable tonight. Normally that would be Mejia. Toward the middle, and Ibanez has a base hit. Just the 3rd Philadelphia hit of the night. A 1-out single. And the first hit by anybody other than Shane Victorino.
Well, fastball meant to be away. And inner half. Oh, inside corner. That's why he got in his kitchen a little bit.
Isn't it funny how the game works? There's been some BBs hit that have been turned into double plays. And there, Ibanez doesn't hit it that well, but well placed.
Carlos Ruiz has grounded to third and walked tonight, 0 for 1. Pelfrey has generated 3 ground ball double plays tonight, helping him keep this 1-0 lead. And a breaking ball strike.
Goes the ILTV pitch differential. Down and away is where Henry Blanco wanted it. On the other side of the plate.
1-1 to Ruiz. Right now, the lower third of the Philadelphia batting order not presenting a big threat.
Right. And with their bench struggling, Ross Gload has been their best guy left-handed off the bench.
Ruiz had been red hot for several weeks, just up until the last 6 or 7 days. But with that sore right shoulder, perhaps an element, he has really cooled down.
He's also got a little knee problem also. Took a foul tip.
How catchers ever hit. There goes Ibanez. The throw by Blanco in plenty of time, and Ibanez is out. Ibanez Diaz is not a base stealer. That was his first attempt of the year, and he was out from me to you.
And I ill-advised right there, and that's going to get your manager all upset.
Is that supposed to be a hit-and-run play? Somebody missed a sign?
I don't know about that. I don't think Ruiz has got too long a swing to be a hit-and-run guy.
I think just trying to force feed something as Ibanez, and the veteran picked the wrong catcher to run on.
Now 2 out. Ruiz lines one into right center. On comes Pagan to dive, and he made the catch. Angel Pagan laying out. And the scoreless streak continues. To hit over 300, 100 RBIs, 100 runs scored.
I got Piazza and Rusty. I had Piazza. That was it.
Alfonso Gilkey in that great year he had in 1996.
Right.
And David Wright.
All the 90s forward.
Mike Pelfrey, 105 pitches through 7 innings. Do you give him the 8th?
Yes. The only way you don't, if you get some offense going here and you want to try to put the hammer down to get one more run. But I like Mike Pelfrey. Let's start getting him in that position as Igarashi, though, gets up.
Pelfrey is due a 3rd here in the bottom of the 7th. The Phillies in the 8th will have 8, 9, and 1 in the order, and that might be a consideration as well. But of most importance for the Mets here is to try to tack on a run against Cole Hamels. Fernando Tatis, who has gotten only rare pinch hitting assignments, could be the guy. Off-speed pitch. And Frank Core, who has swung at the first pitch every time tonight in a quick hole. Jeff has popped up twice tonight. Henry Blanco on deck. The fastball misses. 1-1. The Mets have out hit the Phillies 7-3. The only run in the game came in the first. Reyes an infield hit. Castillo a check swing grounder to move him up. And Jason Bay drove him in with a double, and that's been it. Both these 26-year-old pitchers have been sharp. Pelfrey has struggled with 5 walks, but gotten 3 double play grounders. Hamels has walked only 1, but given up 7 hits. Off-speed pitch, 2-2 to Frank Core.
They just will not give Frenchie a fastball in a fastball count. Now you can throw fastball.
Line into left field, a base hit. Well, he came with the changeup on 2-2, and Frank Core is on to lead off.
Changeup right down Broadway. There's your difference. Inner half. And Frank Corste is back nicely.
So the Mets have the leadoff man on. Now Henry Blanco is up, and Fernando Tatis has come out on deck to pinch hit. So do you bunt with Blanco? Blanco playing in, looking for a bunt, and Hamels trying to find out, makes the toss, but Blanco didn't give it away.
I think Henry will be bunting, yes. You have the pinch hitter up, move him along.
Well, especially with Blanco, who's such a double play candidate. Blanco again not playing very far in. It's almost as though Polanco does not want to commit anytime the Mets are in a bunting situation.
Well, the coaches can tell him to bring him in. You know, they can tell him, hey, get in. Hey, where he's at now is much better. And you can creep in. Well, he's uncomfortable.
Remember, though, with Blanco up, you can play a little further back because you're going to have more time.
But you want to get the lead runner.
Right. 1-1 to Henry.
Put a hit and run on here and really mess him up. Pitcher throw strikes.
There's Chip with the signs.
Frank Corse capable of sneaking a bag too. He's stolen 4 bases this year. Jeff was talking this spring about 20 stolen bases. He's got to get on base a little more if he wants to do that. Blanco in front of the plate. Ruiz to second, and he got him. Quite a throw by Carlos Ruiz, as Blanco couldn't get it far enough away from the plate.
Well, Ruiz, Ronnie mentioned earlier, one of the more athletic catchers. Watch how quick he is from the crouch. He smells it. He's right there, covers it, and he didn't hesitate. Just a real aggressive play. Nice.
Honestly, the only guy you did not want to handle that bunch was Ruiz.
So 1 out and 1 on, and now Fernando Tatis will bat for Mike Pelfrey. So Mike's out of the game after 7 scoreless innings and 105 pitches. He allowed just 3 hits tonight. Now the Mets will try and get him some cushion before handing it off to the bullpen to try and get the final 6 outs. And right now the Mets have their secret weapon at the plate, and he's a secret because he's gotten so little opportunity this year. But Fernando Tatis is 6 for 12 as a pinch hitter this year. Good changeup by Hamels to start him off. 0-1. So Igarashi will be on for the 8th inning. And if he's successful, that would mean the big bats coming up in the 9th. So far, there have been no big bats for the Phillies in this series. 25 innings, all zeros. Down to third, might be a double play, but it's booted by Polanco. Recovers, but not in time. A big error. A big error. Costing the Phillies 2 outs.
Well, the sure-handed Polanco. That ball came up a little bit. Did everything right. Got his body in front of it. Used 2 hands. And the hustling Tatis.
4th error of the year for Polanco, who, you have to say it, in this series has looked totally uncomfortable at third base.
I agree.
To me, it looked like he was rushing to try to get that ball to the second baseman Utley to try to complete the double play.
I mean, this is a guy who was a Gold Glover last year playing second base for Detroit. And he does not look like a Gold Glover right now. So a chance for the Mets to tack on. Reyes having a good night. An infield hit, a bloop single, and he lined out to center the only time he's been retired. You got a slow runner in Blanco at second. Tatis at first, 1 out. In at the knees, 0-1. Reyes now with 5 consecutive multiple hit games. Another stellar effort tonight by Mike Pelfrey. Chad Durbin staying ready in the Phillies bullpen. And Reyes lofts one down the left field line over toward the corner. Fair ball. Blanco scores. Here comes Tatis. Tatis scores. A two-run double for Jose Reyes. 3-0 New York.
Not much of it. Like a fastball in, try to get a cutter, and Jose got jammed a little bit, but just hits the line drive down the line. Watch Tatis on the back end, hustling.
That was a great read by Tatis.
Fernando Tatis safe at home, safe and secure in New York life. Jose Reyes' third hit of the game. He drives in a pair. Cole Hamels is coming out. Reyes pumped up. So room here in the seventh. Now Chad Durbin comes in to face Luis Castillo, who's 0 for 2 tonight, and he tries to drop down a bunt and fouls it off. Well, the Phillies should have been out of this inning, but now Hamels is out and Durbin is in.
Well, he pitched in yesterday's game, inherited 2 runners, 1 scored. Durbin has a good cutter, sinker, and overhand curveball. I'd like to see Louis swing the bat right here, try to add on.
A leadoff hit by Francoeur. Blanco bunted into a fielder's choice, but Polanco booted the ground ball by Tatis to set the stage, and Reyes brought them both home with his third hit of the night.
Funny how baseball works. The only time that Jose Reyes hit the ball in the barrel of the bat is the only time he made an out.
The other 3 times, base hits. Too high to Castillo, 2-1. Louis batting left-handed for the first time tonight. Just 1 for his last 15 at the plate. Facing Bay on deck. Matt Durbin 2 years ago was a revelation for the Phillies. Struggled a bit last year, but he has been terrific again this season. As Antonio Bastardo gets up in the Phillies bullpen.
I like the way he threw the other night.
Oh boy, didn't get the call. Said it was below the knees, I guess, and it's 3-1.
Fooled the umpire.
This is a strike. It's a good pitch.
The way where he's caught it cost him a strike.
Well, that's not supposed to be the way, though. You got your face right on the baseball.
Ball 4, and Castillo's on with a walk. So Durbin walks the first man to face it after Hamels walked just 1 over 6 1/3. Hamels gave up 9 hits, but only 1 walk. Now Bay comes up with 2 men on. Jason drove in the first men run back in the first inning with a long double to left center. Since then he's walked and grounded out 1 for 2. That's looking to break this thing open, up 3-0 in the 7th. With speed aboard. And Bay rockets one deep down the left field line, but it's hooking. Foul. Home run distance, and just a little bit too much hook.
That is up there in those seats where people have the little glass of Chardonnay above that Amtrak sign.
Boy, that's just foul. When I came off the bat, I thought it was going to be way foul. So did Jason.
Well, caught fist action there. All you got to do is wave. Played Boston. He knows. It's an Acela Club souvenir. Letter high strike. Pedro Feliciano getting busy along with Igarashi in the bullpen. You got 8, 9, and 1. Valdez, the pitcher, spotted Victorino due up for the Phillies in the 8th. It's trying to build on a 3-0 lead. On the outside corner, and Bay down looking for the second out.
That's that good sinker that starts outside of the plate, comes back, catches that corner.
Charlie Manuel on his way to the mound with Ike Davis coming up. He's got the left-hander Bastardo ready in the bullpen. And he's made the sign. So Durbin faces 2 batters, takes his exit. Another pitching change coming up for the Phils with the Mets up 3-0 in the 7th. their thoughts on tonight's game, plus bring you a preview of the upcoming Mets series in Milwaukee as they debate the Hot 9 New York sports topics of the day in the next Wheelhouse, presented by Pepsi, weekdays at 5:30 only on SNY. 24-year-old Antonio Bastardo on in relief for the Phils.
I'm with you, Keith. I'm very impressed by this young left-hander who's really been on that back-and-forth train to Lehigh Valley the last 2 seasons. 11 punch-outs in his 8 2/3 innings.
Rather be a Philly than an Iron Pig. He struck out Ike Davis in the game last night. 2 out and 2 on, 2 home for the Mets in the 7th. Davis, who got a base hit off the left-hander Hamels his last time up, takes ball 1.
Well, if Ike learned anything last night, as David's on deck, the starter did not throw anything in. Fastballs and sliders away.
Aha!
New technology.
Nice nails.
2-0 to Davis.
You are some kind of analyst.
I'm going to send him to the nail salon to do some play-by-play. Get the Manny Petty recap. 2-0 to Davis. Too high. Bastardo falls behind 3-0. There's a right-hander up in the bullpen for the Phils. So if Davis gets aboard, this will probably be a 1-batter assignment. Danny Baez up with right on deck. Taking here.
I might let him loose.
3-0 for Bastardo, and taking all the way a strike.
Well, here's a case right now where you're 3-1, thrown away, further the rally, left center field gap. Look away, think left center field gap.
And Davis rips and misses 3-2.
Well, we see already Ike is going to get 3-1 and always try to go for the downs. He's going to have to learn to kind of just get a little more under control. It's a part of the game right here where you can just the big 2 runs out there to drive in.
Now Reyes and Castillo will take off. 3-2 to Davis. And he walked him to load the bases. So Bastardo comes in to face the left-hand hitter. Walks Davis. And now in all probability he'll take his exit, and they'll bring in Baez to pitch to right with the bases full.
And a flip-flop for the lineup here.
Pitcher due to bat second for the Phillies in the 8th inning. So Charlie Manuel will make a double switch and go to his 4th pitcher of the inning with Baez coming on. As the Mets try and dispatch the Phillies, Ross Gload comes in to play left field. He'll bat ninth. As Ibanez comes out, Denny Baez goes into the number 6 spot in the order.
Denny Baez, who was a closer in 04 and 05 with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays in those days, 71 saves in 2 years, so he's been in these pressure situations before.
Bases loaded, 2 out, 2 runs are in. The Mets lead 3-0. David Wright, the batter, and he takes outside for ball 1. Wright is 1 for 4 in his career against Baez, 0 for 3 tonight. 3 runners on base, each of them a different pitcher's responsibility. Reyes is Hamels, Castillo is Durbin's, and Davis is Bastardo's. And David hits a slow ground ball. Polanco with the running play, and he gets right to end the inning. So the Mets settle for 2 runs, fueled by Polanco's error. Jose Reyes cashing him in with a big hit. Reyes' 3rd hit of the night, a 2-run double. Now the Mets go to the bullpen for the 8th with a brought to you by the Xerox Business of Baseball. Xerox, ready for real business. Kevin?
All right, Gary. Mike, are you starting to learn how to pitch in this ballpark? Critical point in this game, 6th inning, and you get Utley and Howard, and Utley, you let him hit the fly ball to center field. Is that part of the game now?
The game, I fell behind 3-1, and I knew, I said, hey, I'm just going to throw a little sinker down and away, and, hey, hit it, 'Cause like I said, this is a big ballpark, and, you have to take advantage of that. And, luckily that on Howard's ball, that first pitch split and got him to roll over, and hit it pretty hard, but, luckily Castillo was there.
Would you have felt the same way last year? As far as, 3-1, Utley, obviously dangerous. Would you have felt the same way as the answer you just gave me?
No, I not necessarily. I might not have thrown a strike. I don't know, but I felt confident, and I told myself, hey, just throw it to the plate, and just make this guy hit it, and luckily he hit it to somebody.
Are you going, especially when you get in trouble, when you get guys on, do you go back and rely on that sinker? I mean, double play is a huge part of the game tonight.
We've been actually using a lot of four seamers, and then when you get in those jams, we started using the sinkers. So it makes the sinker that much better. So I pick my times now to use a sinker, and it worked out.
We'll let you run. I know you have to go ice, but when you face a team like this, this was your one really rough outing all year. So do you make drastic changes, or do you just stick with what you do and go out and try and get them again?
You stick with what you're doing. I thought I was heading into there, I thought I was pitching well, and stuff happens, and it was just one game, and I'll get back to it. Tonight I wish I was a little bit sharper, and I didn't almost pitch myself in a jam with the walks, but I was able to get out of it.
Mike Feliciano's in now. Try and go get this victory for you. So good luck, and hopefully the Mets can secure it for you. Okay.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Mike Pelfrey, guys, gracious to join us there. Back up to you.
Thank you, Kevin, and thanks very much to Mike for doing that interview before he heads off to ice. Then Francisco batting for Ross Gload, who would come out of the double switch because of Feliciano's presence in the game. And Francisco fouls it off 2-2.
I wonder if the double switch with Gload made the decision for Jerry on who he brought in here for the 8th inning. I think it did. Gload's having a fantastic year as a pinch hitter.
Well, of course, Jerry now to just waste a player. You wait Gload. It's a 3-0 game. You haven't got Gload.
And the changeup strikes out Francisco. 2 out and nobody on.
Well, nice change up here from Feliciano. Ball never gets there. Way out in front.
The weapons that Pedro has really refined to enhance his chances against the right-hand hitter.
Remember when the first year we had him, the Mets had him, he didn't have the changeup, and he was strictly a left-handed specialist.
Now Victorino, who's 2 for 3 tonight, has 2 of the Phillies' 3 hits. Just a bit outside. Mike Pelfrey, 105 pitches over 7 innings, no runs, 3 hits. The 4th time in 10 starts that Pelfrey has given up no runs this year. And with that, he lowered his ERA to 2.54. That's good enough for the top 10 in the league. Toward the middle of the diamond, and Victorino has his 3rd hit of the night. So Victorino has been the lone source of base hits for the Phils, other than a Raul Ibanez single in the 7th, but he was erased trying to steal a base. Now Polanco, who's 0 for 2 and a walk.
Huge out here. Utley and Howard coming up. Utley taking some a little better at bats tonight.
Question will be if Feliciano ends the inning right now, does Jerry run him back out there against Utley and Howard?
Not in today's game.
It is an interesting question, though.
Yep.
Because that's his job in any inning but the ninth.
Correct.
But there's no rule to say he can't face them in the ninth.
Then you bring K-Rod, or if he gets them both out, then Worth can't hurt you with a home run. He can't hit it. Solo, all they can do is hit a solo.
There's only one reason not to do that. It would take away the save chance from the closer. And that doesn't seem like a very good reason, does it? 2-0 now to Polanco. K-Rod looking on with Igarashi warming up. And Polanco out for a conversation with Feliciano behind Polanco. 2-0. Make the argument that over the last 3 seasons the Mets have had no more valuable player than Pedro Feliciano. Often overlooked, but out there virtually every day. And he's gone from journeyman to mainstay.
Yep.
And especially against the Phillies and all their powerful left-handed bats.
Well, what he has is he's a left-hander that can get lefties out.
2-1 to Polanco. Slashed foul. That's 2-2.
Howard, the last couple of seasons, guys, see him with that visualization. He tries to get everything real quiet, tries to work himself through the kind of pitches he's going to face off the opposing pitcher, and try to get himself ready and in a place that allows him to be successful.
Breaking ball, strike 3 call. Feliciano gets Polanco looking, and the Phillies are 3 outs away from being shut out in a sweep. Getting David Wright with the bases loaded. Pitches the bottom of the 8th. Ben Francisco, who pinch hit for Ross Gload after Gload had been double switched into the game, stays out there in left field.
114 career saves for Mr. Baez. Started as closer for the Cleveland Indians, where he had 25, moved on to Tampa Bay.
Well, we are witnessing over the last 3 days one of the most stunning developments that we have seen in years against one of the most powerful teams in baseball. Met pitchers have thrown 26 innings, and the Phillies have scored 0 runs. Only once in their history have the Mets swept a 3-game series, pitching shutouts in all 3 games, and that was also against the Phillies in 1969. And they're 3 outs away from doing that tonight. Unbelievable. 2-0 to Pagan, who has 2 hits tonight and has stolen a base. Two and 1 to Pagan with Francoeur and Blanco to follow with the Mets in the bottom of the 8th. Mets have out-hit the Phillies 9-4 tonight. If the Mets can win this game, they'll be just 2 games out of first place. The Phillies head to Florida to play the Marlins, who are trailing the Braves 8-3 in the 8th inning. They had a long rain delay in that game as well. While the Mets go to Milwaukee. And Pagan rips one to right, but in comes Worth to make the sliding grab. 1 out. Let's go to the studio. Chris Carlin standing by for a New York State Smokers Quit Line game break. All right, Chris. Now Jeff Francoeur, who got the Mets 2-run rally started in the 7th inning with a hard single to left. 1 for 3 on the night. Well, the Phillies will have their big bats coming up in the 9th inning. Utley, Howard, and Worth. And K-Rod getting ready for him. Now the question is, will he start the inning? Or will Feliciano be allowed to face the 2 left-handers? Breaking ball, he went around, strike 3. So Francoeur's fan didn't think so.
Well, he just wanted to get some help. Jeff didn't think he had a check swing there.
And continuing to debate it with Andy Fletcher.
That might have been a strike, too.
So Baez has his first strikeout, 2 out and nobody on, and now Blanco, who's 0 for 3 on the night. And Henry dribbles one foul.
Baez is throwing good, isn't he? 93, 94 miles an hour, and that razor blade slider he just threw to Francoeur.
Well, we have our answer about who's starting the 9th, because Chris Carter's come out on deck to bat for Feliciano. So it appears as though Jerry has no intention of leaving Pedro in. He'll go right to his closer to start the 9th. And a slider in for a strike. 0-2. Pedro did his job. And Blanco down swinging. Back-to-back strikeouts for Baez. And now we go to the 9th. 26 zeros. K-Rod will try and make it 27. First road win as he goes up against Giovanni Gallardo and the Brewers in Miller Park. Mets Brewers coverage begins tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. only on SNY. Now, the last time we saw K-Rod, it was during his nail-biting confrontation with A-Rod on Sunday night.
What great theater that was to see that matchup against the two Rodriguez going against each other, getting the punch out with K-Rod. Mets would love to see him get a 1-2-3 inning here in the ninth.
The last time any major league team was shut out in 3 consecutive games against the same team was in 2004, Kansas City at Minnesota. And now the Mets trying to pull that off against the Philadelphia Phillies. Part of the batting order for the Phils in the ninth. Utley, Howard, and Worth try to undo the shutout string. Utley is 0 for 3. And K-Rod misses high for ball 1. The Mets not overshifting the infield this time against Utley after doing it for most of the series. There's a strike. 1-1.
Phillies have not scored except once in their last 46 innings.
It was a 3-run ninth inning against the Red Sox on Sunday. One for K-Rod, and Utley fouls it off. 1-2. K-Rod trying to save it for Mike Pelfrey, who went 7 scoreless tonight. Pedro Feliciano a 1-hit 8th. And now K-Rod trying to finish off a remarkable 3-game series.
And he's not go with the signs. He's reading Utley's bat. Stay outside with that good sinker. I think we tend to forget a lot of times as we concentrate on the pitching that what these veteran catchers have done for this Mets rotation. Blanco with a fine effort tonight, getting Pelfrey through 7, Feliciano through the 8th. Hopefully successful with K-Rod here in the 9th.
Utley 0 for 2 in his career against K-Rod. Now the Mets overshift the infield. 1-2. Just got a piece of it. Now, what was the purpose of playing him Reyes on the left side until it got to 2 strikes and then moving him to the right side?
It's interesting because he threw him fastballs, and then when they went to a changeup, he moved. I don't know what that's about.
You don't want to give it away. Yeah. You can't do that. I mean, I don't understand.
He's staying put for the fastball away. 1-2. Foul back.
They must have a chart that with 2 strikes, Utley will be more apt to pull the baseball. It's the only way I can think they would make a defensive change that way. Or someone fell asleep and they finally woke him up to move him over. One or the other.
Seventh pitch of the at-bat from K-Rod. Driven to right field. Francoeur is there. 1 out. Let's head to the studio. Chris Carlin and Bobby Ojeda standing by to let us know what's coming up on Lincoln Mercury Postgame Live. Guys, Ryan Howard 0 for 2 tonight. He's grounded out twice and drawn a walk. And Rodriguez misses high with the curveball. Jason Worth on deck. If anybody gets on, the pitcher spot would be due. You'd probably see Greg Dobbs as a pinch hitter. 1-0 from K-Rod, and the fastball down, and so for the second straight hitter he falls behind. with a bat. To Howard. And a call strike with a fastball, 2-1. Blanco moves away. And Howard hits one in the air. Shallow left center. Bay a late start, but plenty of time to get under it. 2 out. 26 2/3 innings. All zeros. And now the Phillies are down to their final out of this series. Tuesday night, 8-0. Wednesday night, 5-0. Tonight, 3-0 with 1 out to go. And Worth takes a curveball for a strike. Just inside of the fastball, 1-1 to Worth, who's had a rough night at the plate. 2 strikeouts and a double play grounder. For Frankie. Call strike. And the Phillies are down to their final strike. He struck him out. And the ball game is over. And at 7 minutes to midnight, the goose egg sweep is complete. A stunning 3-game series as the Mets sweep 3 straight from the Phillies. 27 innings, 27 zeros.
Well, I must say, kudos to the pitching staff. Obviously, terrific job. The Mets offensively did everything right. The first game set the tone. They got the runners over and in around 4 times in that ball game. And they continued playing excellent baseball. A huge sweep just tightens up this whole National League East. The Mets leapfrog from last place to 3rd place in one night, 2 games back.
And the maturation of Mr. Pelfrey, double plays in the 3rd, 4th, and 5th inning, gets him now to 7-1 with a 2.5 ERA.
5 straight wins for the Mets. It started with Pelfrey Saturday afternoon against the Yankees. And Pelfrey with 7 scoreless in this game as the Mets become the first Major League team in 6 years to shut out the same team in 3 straight games. Second time in Mets history that it's happened, and they do it against their arch rivals, the Phillies.